And Bieber takes the win, 061 light and 23 off. Up now, Droopy in Carp and Maddie in Candies and Hues. Up next, Frank in 2 red and DX2 in bluey. In the hole, Vincito, Moon Eyes Mistro, and Rob in Z28. And in the parking lot, Mac, number 4 Vega Black, and Mike Ito in Jukebox. Madison, you're dialing? Droopy, you're dialing? Heads up.
It's probably going to go slow.
Alright, for heads up, 1065 dial. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Maddie takes the win, 09 light and 34 off. Up now, Frank in 2 red and DX2 in bluey. Up next, Vince Ito, Moon Eyes, Mistro, and Rob in Z28. In the hole, Mac, number 4 Vega Black, and Mike Ito in Jukebox. And in the parking lot, Art in Elko and BMR Westside Camaro. Once again, this pair up now, Frank in 2 red and DX2 in bluey. Metro? Okay, Metro. Is Frank not here? Frank, you're dialing? 1080? $10.75. Alright, check your dials, 1075 and 985. You guys ready? Yep. Lights are hot. And DX2 takes the win, 011 light and 9 off his dial. Up now, Up now, Vince Ito, Moon Eyes Metro, and Rob in Z28. Up next, Mac, number 4 Vega Black, and Mike Ito in Jukebox. In the hole, Art in Elko and BMR Westside Camaro. And in the parking lot, McQuick in Bang Bus and Red in Blue Vet. Vince, you're dialing? 1945? 1245? 1225. Alright guys, check your dials, 1945 and 1225. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Rob takes the win, 20 off the dial, 068 light. Up now, Mac, number 4, Vega Black, and Mike Ito, Jukebox. Up next, Art in Elko and BMR, Westside Camaro. In the hole, McQuick in Bang Bus, and Red and Blue Vet. And in the parking lot, Big Dog in Star Chief, and Alex in Orange Soda. Mac, you're dialing? 12:40. Mike, you're dialing? 13:45. Alright guys, check your dials, 12:40, 13:45. You guys ready? Alright, lights are hot. And Mike Elo takes the win, 037 light and 505 off his dial. Alright, up now, Art in Elko and BMR Westside Camaro. Up next, McQuick, Bang Bus, and Red, and Blue Vet. In the hole, Big Dog in Star Chief, and Alex in Orange Soda. And in the parking lot, DX2, Red PM, and RJ in Pro Stock Camaro. Art, you're dialing? 11:50. Cody, you're dialing? 10:23. Alright guys, dials are 11:50 and 10:23. 25 seconds. Oh, you guys ready? Alright, lights are hot. And BMR takes the win, 023 light and 4 off the dial, 10:27. Up now, McQuick in Bang Bus and Red in Blue Vet. Up next, Big Dog in Star Chief and Alex in Orange Soda. In the hole, DX2 in Red PM and RJ in Pro Stock Camaro. And in the parking lot, Josh in Patrick and Brian in Blue 72 Vet. McQuick, you're dialing? Alright guys, check your dials, 1583 and 1219. 30 seconds. You guys ready? Alright, lights are hot. And Red takes the win. Up now, Big Dog in Star Chief and Alex in Orange Soda. Up next, DX2 in Red PM and RJ in Pro Stock Camaro. Big Dog, you said $13.95? In the hole, Josh and Patrick and Brian, blue 72 vet. And in the parking lot, Dan Searcy and Roger Dodger and BSR in Monster. Alright guys, check your dials, 1395 and 1150. 30 seconds. Alright, you guys ready? Alright, lights are hot. And Big Dog takes the win. Up now, DX2, Red PM, and RJ in Pro Stock Camaro. Up next, Josh and Patrick and Brian in Blue 72 Vet. In the hole, Dan Searcy and Roger Dodger and BSR in Monster. And in the parking lot, 3M Racing and Hot Wired. And Daniel in Mustang number 1. RJ, what's your 1190? Alright guys, check your dials, 1190 and 990. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And DX2 takes the win, 033 light and 05 off. I saw nothing. I don't have my glasses on. Up now, Josh and Patrick and Brian B in Blue 72 Vet. Up next, Dan Searcy, Roger Dodger, and BSR in Monster. In the hole, 3M Racing, Hot Wired, and Daniel Dotson, Mustang number 1. And in the parking lot, Bieber, Moon Eyes Bus, and Droopy, Sketchy Edge. 1675? 1675. 1203? 1202. Alright, 1675 and 1202, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Brian takes the win, 05 off and a 036 light. Up now, Dan Searcy in Roger Dodger and BSR in Monster. Up next, 3M Racing in Hot Wired. And Daniel Dotson in Mustang number 1. In the hole, Bieber, Moon Eyes Bus, and Droopy and Sketchy Edge. And in the parking lot, Maddie in Forest and Swoop in Fish and Lure. Daniel Dylan, 1068. 1197. Alright guys, check your dials, 1068 and 1197. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. You guys ready? Alright, lights are hot. And Dan takes the win, 07 off and an 024 light. Up now, 3M Racing, Hot Wired, and Daniel Dotson in Mustang number 1. Up next, Bieber in Moon Eyes Bus and Droopy in Sketchy Edge. In the hole, Maddie in Forest and Swoop in Fish and Lure. And in the parking lot, BMR in Super Kid and Gary in Corvette number 1. "30 seconds. Alright, 11:58 and 12:50. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And 3M Racing takes the win. 3 off the dial and 04 lights. Up now, Bieber, Moon Eyes Bus, and Droopy in Sketchy Edge. Up next, Maddie in Forest, and Swoop in Fish and Lure. In the hole, BMR and Super Kid, and Gary in Corvette number 1. And in the parking lot, RJ and Thumper number 1, and Brian B and Green 69 Nova. Bieber, you're dialing? 13:15. Droopy, you're dialing? 18:40. Alright, check your dials, 13:15 and 18:40. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Bieber takes the win, 017 light and 03 off the dial. Up now, Maddie in Forest and Swoop in Fish and Lure. Up next, BMR and Super Kid and Gary and Corvette number 1. In the hole, RJ and Thumper number 1 and Brian B and Green 69 Nova. And in the parking lot, Larry in 66 Nova Ghost and Don Leith in Mopar. Maddie, you're dialing? Alright guys, check your dials, 1525 and 1085. 15 seconds. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Swoop takes the win, 021 light and 90 off the dial. Up now, BMR and Super Kid and Gary and Corvette number 1. No, you're good. Up next, RJ and Thumper number 1 and Brian B, Green 69 Nova. In the hole, Larry and 66 Nova Ghosts and John Leaf and Mopar. And in the parking lot, Iceman and Haveline and Dan Searcy and Dooley. Gary, you're dialing? 1350? Cody? 1150. Alright, diamonds are 1150, 1150 and 1350. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Cody takes the win. 0-10 light and 15 off the dial. 1165. Up now, RJ and Thumper number 1. And Brian B in Green 69 Nova. Up next, Larry in 66 Nova Ghost. And Don Leaf in Mopar. In the hole, Iceman and Haveline and Dan Searcy and Dooley. And in the parking lot, Alex in Purple Soda and Brian Saxton in Caddy Wagon. Again, our pair up now, RJ and Thumper and Brian B, Green 69 Nova. Up now. 30 seconds. Green 69 Nova. Brian, you dialing? 1190. Alright, you guys ready? 1199 and 1190. Lights are hot. And RJ takes the win, but flaking out by 16 with a 069 light. Up now, Larry Sears, 69 Nova Ghost, and Don Leaf in Mopar. Up next, Iceman and Haveline, and Dan Searcy and Dooley. In the hole, Alex in Purple Soda, and Brian Saxton in Caddy Wagon. And in the parking lot, Travis in Ebony, and Jess Milligan in Camaro number 1. 40 seconds. Larry, you're dialing? Don, you're dialing? 1197. 25 seconds. Alright, our dial-ins are 1212 and 1197. Ten seconds. Oh, you guys ready? Alright, lights are hot. And Don takes the win, 054 light and 35 off. Up now, Iceman and Haveline and Dan Searcy and Dooley. Up next, Alex in Purple Soda and Brian in Caddy Wagon. In the hole, Travis in Ebony and Jess Milligan in Camaro number 1. And in the parking lot, Edgar in Wada. And Art in Murder Wagon. Iceman, you dialing? 11. Yeah. 12:26. Alright guys, check your dials. 11:99 and 12:26. 15 seconds. Alright. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Iceman takes the win. 023 light and 03 off his dial. Up now, Alex in Purple Soda and Brian Saxton in Caddy Wagon. Up next, Travis in Ebony and Jess Milligan in Camaro number 1. In the hole, Edgar in Wada and Art in Murder Wagon. And in the parking lot, Gary in Corvette number 2 and Droopy in Mr. Bean. Alex, you dialing? 10. 1340. Alright guys, dial-ins are 1089 and 1340. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Alex takes the win with an 017 light and 34 off. Up now, Travis in Ebony and Jess in Camaro number 1. Up next, Edgar in What Up and Art in Murder Wagon. In the hole, Gary in Corvette number 2 and Droopy in Mr. Bean. And in the parking lot, DX2 Blue PM and at 3M Racing in Black Flag. 1195. Jess, your diamond. 993. Alright guys, check your dials. 1195 and 993. 30 seconds. Alright. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Travis takes the win. 10 off his dial. Ranger? Up now, Edgar in Wada and Art in Ford Ranger. Up next, Gary in Corvette number 2 and Droopy in Mr. Bean. In the hole, DX2, Blue and PM, and 3M Racing and Black Flag. And in the parking lot, Ska Music, Jade Grenade, and Keith in Rudy's Truck Dodge. 1170. Art, you're dialing? $11.56. Alright guys, check your dials, 1170 and 1156. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Art takes the win, 22 off and an 050 light. Up now, Gary in Corvette number 2 and Droopy in Mr. Bean. Up next, DX2 in Blue PM and 3M Racing in Black Flag. In the hole, Ska Music and Jade Grenade and Keith in Rudy's Truck Dodge. And in the parking lot, Iceman and Gold Digger and Red and Blue V Dub. Gary, you're dialing? 1342. Droopy, you're dialing? Heads up. 1342. 25 seconds. Dial-ins are 1342 both sides. 1342. Oh, 1322. Okay, sorry. 1322 on both sides for dials. 5 seconds. Lights are hot. And Gary takes the win, 2 off his dial. Up now, DX2, Blue PM, and 3M Racing and Black Flag. Up next, Scott Music and Jade Grenade and Keith and Rudy's Truck Dodge. In the hole, Iceman, Gold Digger, and Red and Blue V-Dub. And in the parking lot, Brian Saxton in Smoke and Edgar in White Rice. 30 seconds. $3M, you're dialing? You're dialing. 10:29. I switched it. 11:85 and 10:29. Lights are hot. And DX2 takes the win, 041 light, and runs his dial 1185. Up now, Scott Music, Jade Grenade, and Keith in Rudy's Truck Dodge. Up next, Iceman and Gold Digger, and Red and Blue V Dub. In the hole, Brian Saxton in Smoke and Edgar in White Rice. And in the parking lot, Brian B. in White 67 Camaro. And Mac in number 561 Corvette Black. Scott, you're dialing? 1020? Keith? 1198?
Thank you.
Scott, you said your dial-in was 1020. Don't even play. 20 seconds. 1020 and 1198. $10 seconds. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Keith takes the win. 018 light and 36 off. Up now, Iceman and Gold Digger and Red and V-Dub, Blue V-Dub. Up next, Brian Saxton in Smoke and Edgar in White Rice. In the hole, Brian B in White 67 Camaro and Mac in number 561 Corvette Black. And in the parking lot, Bieber in Eleanor and Trevor in Jump Jack. $988. 30 seconds. $20 seconds. Ready or dialing? 1100. Alright guys, watch the clock, watch the clock. Lights are hot. And Ty takes the win. Up now, Brian Saxton in Smoke and Edgar in White Rice. Up next, Brian B in White 67 Camaro and Mac, number 561 Corvette Black. In the hole, Bieber in Eleanor and Trevor in Jump Jack. And in the parking lot, Vern in Chevy Pro Mod and Maddie in Pink Delicious. 1240. $1110. Alright guys, check your dials. 1240 and 1110. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Edgar takes the win. 030 light, 70 off the dial. Up now, Brian B, White 67 Camaro and Mac, number 561 Corvette Black. Up next, Bieber in Eleanor and Trevor in Jump Jack. In the hole, Vern, Chevy Pro Mod and Maddie in Pinkalicious. And in the parking lot, 3M Racing in Pinche Pinto and RJ in Dan's Ride. Mac, you're dialing? 1165. Alright, guys, check your dials 1193 and 1165. Ten seconds. Alright. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Brian takes the win. Breakout by 05 in a 67 light. Up now, Bieber and Eleanor and Trevor in Jump Jack. Up next, Vern and Chevy Pro Mod and Maddie and Pinkalicious. In the hole, 3M Racing and Pincho Pinto and RJ and Dan's Ride. And in the parking lot, BSR, 48 Ford and Josh in Motel 6. Trevor, you're diamond? 12-0? Alright, guys, check your dials 1158 and 12-0. Fifteen seconds. Alright. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Trevor takes the win. 015 light and 4 off the dial. Up now, Vern and Chevy Pro Mod and Maddie and Pinkalicious. Up next, 3M Racing and Pincho Pinto and RJ and Dan's Ride. In the hole, BSR 48 Ford and Josh in Motel 6. That's so pretty. And in the parking lot, Dan Searcy and Newt and Alex in Hulk. Vern, you're dialing? Maddie? Alright, guys, check your dials 1145 and 1125. Thank you. 1129. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. I need that on my. And Maddie takes the win with a breakout of 1 in 040 light. Up now, 3M Racing and Feature Pinto and RJ in Dan's Ride. Up next, BSR and 48 Ford and Josh in Motel 6. In the hole, Dan Searcy and Newt and Alex in Hulk. And in the parking lot, Mick Quick in Joke's on You and Don Leith in Spanky. Three M Racing, you're dialing? 11:13. Alright, guys, check your dials 11:13 and 10:50. 15 seconds. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And 3M Racing takes the win, 04 light and 07 off the dial. Up now, BSR 48 Ford and Josh in Motel 6. Up next, Dan Searcy in Newt and Alex in Hulk. In the hole, Make Quick in Jokes on You and Don Leith in Spanky. And in the parking lot, Jess in Olds and Big Dave in Bo Laws. Josh? 1420. Alright guys, check your dials, 1134 and 1420. 20 seconds. $15 seconds. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Josh takes the win, 07 off the dial and 031 light. Up now, Dan Searcy in Newt and Alex in Hulk. Up next, McQuick in Jokes on You and Don Leith in Spanky. In the hole, Jess Milligan in Olds and Big Dave in Bo Laws. And in the parking lot, Edgar in Geeko and Rob in Charger. Daniel Diamond. Alex. Nice. 20 seconds. Dial-ins are 12:23 and 12:15. A beetle. 10 seconds. Alright, 12:23 and 12:20. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Alex takes the win, 027 and 11 off. Up now, Make Quick in Jokes on You and Don Leith in Spanky. Up next, Jess Milligan in Olds and Big Dave in No Laws. In the hole, Edgar in Geeko and Rob in Charger. And in the parking lot, BMR and Blacklist 55 and Josh in Punisher. Don, you're dialing? 1160. Make quick, you're dialing? Alright guys, check your dials. 1365 and 1160. 20 seconds. Alright. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Don takes the win. 023 light and 60 off. Up now, Jess in Olds and Big Dave in No Laws. Up next, Edgar in Geeko and Rob in Charger. In the hole, BMR, Blacklist 55 and Josh in Punisher. And in the parking lot, Vern in Missile and Alex in Murder Nova. Just your dialing? Big Dave, you're dialing? Heads up. Alright, dialings are 1 flat and 1 flat. Ten seconds. 6 seconds. 2 seconds. Lights are hot. And Jess takes the win. Alright, up now Edgar in Geeko and Rob in Charger. Oh. Up now Edgar in Geeko and Rob in White Vet. Up next, BMR, Blacklist 55 and Josh in Punisher. In the hole, Vern in Missile and Alex in Murder Nova. And in the parking lot, Trevor in Wheel Up. And Droopy in Hookers and Blow.
They try to get out.
Rob, you dialing? Heads up. Alright, check your dials. 1035 and 1035. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Edgar takes the win. 30 off the dial. 056 light. Alright, up now, BMR, Blacklist 55, and Josh in Punisher. Up next, Vern, Missile, and Alex in Murder Nova. In the hole, Trevor in Wheel Up, and Droopy in Hookers and Blow. And in the parking lot, Martin, number 21, and Gary and Studebaker, number 1. Cody, you're dialing? 11:15. Josh? 1690. Alright guys, dials are 11:15 and 1690. You guys ready? Alright. Lights are hot. $11.30. Cody takes the win. 082 light and 15 off his dial. Up now, Vern and Missile and Alex Martinova. Up next, Trevor and Wheel Up and Droopy and Hookers and Blow. In the hole, Martin and number 21 and Gary and Studebaker, number 1. And in the parking lot, RJ and Barbie and Big Dave and Fiat. 11.99. 11.32. You said 11.32? Okay. Alright, diamonds are 11.32 and 11.99. 20 seconds. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Vern takes the win, 09 light and 14 off the dial. Up now, Trevor and Wheel Up and Droopy and Hookers and Blow. Up next, Martin and number 21 and Gary and Studebaker, number 1. In the hole, RJ and Barbie and Big Dave and Fiat. And in the parking lot, McQuick, 57 Hell Air and Jess in AMX. Once again, up now, Trevor and Wheel Up and Droopy and Hookers and Blow. Can we call
Trevor, you're up. Trevor. Trevor. 20 seconds, Trevor.
I might need to pause it anyway to get his thing. $13.90. 10 seconds. 1650. I had to pause it. 1650. I had to, I couldn't. Alright guys, 1650 and 1390. Check your dials real quick. 1650 and 1390. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Droopy takes the win. 12 off the dial and in a 019 light. Up now, Martin in number 21 and Gary and Studebaker. Up next, RJ and Barbie and Big Dave and Fiat. In the hole, McQuick, 57 Hell Air and Jess in AMX. And in the parking lot, Dan Searcy and Dusty Volkswagen and Mac, number 762 Corvette Brown. Gary, you're dialing? Flat. 25 seconds. $12 seconds. 5 seconds.
Go.
Alright guys, lights are hot. And Gary takes the win. Up now, RJ and Barbie and Big Dave and Fiat. Up next, McQuick and 57 Hell Air and Jess and AMX. In the hole, Dan Searcy and Dusty Volkswagen and Mac, number 762 Corvette Brown. Huh? And in the parking lot, Frank and 4 Red and Big Dog and Chris Kuda. RJ, you're dialing? 11. 30 seconds. Big Dave, you're dialing? 11:60. 20 seconds. Our dial-ins are 11:05 and 11:60. Alright, you guys ready? Alright. Lights are hot. And RJ takes the win, 095 and 013 light. Alright guys, up now, McQuick, 57 Hell Air and Jess and AMX. Up next, Dan Searcy and Dusty Volkswagen and Mac in number 762 Corvette Brown. In the hole, Frank, number 4 Red, and Big Dog and Chris Kuda. And in the parking lot, Scott Music and Socks and Martin. And Larry Sealy, 66 Nova Peach. We are a quarter of the way there, guys. McQuick, you're dialing? 1460. Jess, you're dialing? 993. Alright, 1460 and 993. 10 seconds. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And McQuick takes the win, 013 light and 209 off. Up now, Dan Searcy and Dusty Volkswagen and Mac, number 762 Corvette Brown. Up next, Frank and number 4 Red and Big Dog and Chris Kuda. In the holes, Scott Music and Soxon Martin and Larry Sears in 66 Nova Peach. And in the parking lot, Keith in Rudy's Pink Nova and RJ in Punisher. Dan, you're dialing? Mac? 1415. Alright guys, check your dials, 1213 and 1415. $15 seconds. $10 seconds. Alright. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Mac takes the win, 046 light and one off his dial. Up now, Frank in 4 red and Big Dog and Chris Kuda. Up next, Scott Music and Soxon Martin. And Larry Sears, 66 Nova Peach. In the holes, Keith in Rudy's Pink Nova and RJ in Punisher. And in the parking lot, BSR in Thunderbolt and Vincito, 63 Polero. Frank, you're dialing? 1195. Alright guys, check your dials, 1195 and 1260. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Big Dog takes the win, 025 light and runs his dial, 1260. Up now, Scott Music and Soxon Martin and Larry Sears, 66 Nova Peach. Up next, Keith and Rudy's Pink Nova and RJ and Punisher. In the hole, BSR and Thunderbolt and Vincito, 63 Polero. And in the parking lot, Josh and Ripoff and Rob and Morrison. Scott, you're dialing? Larry, you're dialing?
1040.
Alright, dial-ins are 12-0 and 1040. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Scott Music takes the win, 032 light and one off his dial. To Ghost. Up now, Keith and Rudy's Pink Nova and RJ and Punisher. Up next, BSR and Ghost and Vincito, 63 Polero. In the hole, Josh and Ripoff and Rob and Morrison. And in the parking lot, Big Dave and Austin and Trevor in the Bad Wagon. Keith, you're dialing? 1198. Did you get a team yet, or are you still homeless? RJ, you're dialing? 1050. Alright guys, check your dials, 1198 and 1050. Alright, oh, just kidding. 10 seconds. Alright. Lights are hot. And RJ takes the win with the 0-2 light. Right, up now, BSR in Ghost and Vincito 63 Polero. Up next, Josh in Ripoff and Rob in Morrison. In the hole, Big Dave in Austin and Trevor in the Bad Wagon. And in the parking lot, Brian B in Gray 70 Camaro and Scott Music Coca-Cola Bud. Vince, you're dialing? 12:45? 45? Alright, diamonds are 9:45 and 12:45. 15 seconds. Eight seconds. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And BSR takes the win, 0-25, and runs his dial, 9:45. Up now, Josh in Ripoff and Rob in Morrison. Up next, Big Dave in Austin and Trevor in the Bad Wagon. In the hole, Brian B in Gray 70 Camaro and Scott Music in Coca-Cola Bug. And in the parking lot, Edgar, Copperhead, and Iceman and Don. Bob, heads up. Alright, dial-ins are 1160 and 1160. Heads up. 25 seconds. Alright, you guys ready? Alright, lights are hot. And Josh takes the win. Up now, Big Dave in Austin and Trevor in the Bad Wagon. Up next, Brian B in Gray 70 Camaro and Scott Music Coca-Cola Bug. In the hole, Edgar in Copperhead and Iceman in Dawn. And in the parking lot, Don Leith in Beer Money and Travis in Ford. Big Dave, you're dialing? 1040? Alright guys, check your dial-ins. 1040 and 1380. Alright guys, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Big Dave takes the win, 027 light. Up now, Brian B. in Gray 70 Camaro and Ska Music Coca-Cola Bug. Up next, Edgar Copperhead and Iceman in Dawn. In the hole, Don Leith in Beer Money and Travis in Ford. And in the parking lot, BMR in Hollywood and Daniel Dotson in Maverick number 1. Scott, you're dialing? 12-0. Brian, you're dialing? Alright guys, your dials 1196 and 12-0. 30 seconds. $20 seconds. Alright. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Brian takes the win, 9 off his dial, 062 light. Up now, Edgar, Copperhead, Iceman, Don. Up next, Don Leith, Beer Money, and Travis in Ford. In the hole, BMR in Hollywood, and Daniel Dotson in Maverick number 1. And in the parking lot, Big Dog, Chris Hemifeed. And Jess in 63 vet. 1355. 20 seconds. Alright, dial-ins 1185 and 1355. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Iceman takes the win. Up now, Don Leith, Beer Money, and Travis in Ford. Up next, BMR in Hollywood and Daniel Dotson, Maverick number 1. In the hole, Big Dog, Chris Hemified, and Jess in 63 vet. And in the parking lot, Rob in Skunky and Beaver in Honeybee. Don, you're dialing? Travis, you're dialing? 1190. Alright, diamonds are 1190 and 1190. 20 seconds. Bless you. Diamonds are 1190 and 1190. 10 seconds. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Travis takes the win with the 07 light. Up now, BMR in Hollywood and Daniel in Maverick number 1. Up next, Big Dog and Chris Hemified and Jess and 63 Vet. In the hole, Rob and Skunky and Beaver and Honeybee. And in the parking lot, Big Dave and White Tiger and Gary and Studebaker number 2. Cody, you're dialing? 11. 50. Daniel? 70. Alright guys, dial-ins are 1150 and 1070. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And BMR takes the win, 017 light, and runs the dial, 1150. Up now, Big Dog and EG Truck and Jess and 63 Vet. Up next, Rob and Skunky and Bieber and Honeybee. In the hole, Big Dave, White Tiger and Gary and Studebaker number 2. And in the parking lot, Swoop and Stinky Pinky and 3M Racing and Quick Trip. I did it. I did it. You're good. 30 seconds. 25 seconds. I got one. 10:30. 15 seconds. Alright, 12:0 and 10:30. 10 seconds. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. Up now, Rob and Skunky, Bieber, Honeybee. Up next, Big J, White Tiger, and Gary, and Studebaker number 2. In the whole Swoop, Stinky Pinky, and 3M Racing, and Quick Trip. And in the parking lot, Edgar, MRZ, and Brian B, and Gold 67 Camaro. 25 seconds. 8:50. 10 seconds. Alright guys, check your dials. 8:25. 8:25 and 11:55. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Rob takes the win. Up now, Big Dave, White Tiger, and Gary and Studebaker number 2. Up next, Swoop and Stinky Pinky and 3M Racing and Quick Trip. In the hole, Edgar and MRZ and Brian B and Gold 67 Camaro. And in the parking lot, Mac, number 3, Drag Green, and Droopy, Angry Minion. 45 seconds. Big Dave, you're dialing? Up now, Gary and Studebaker number 2. 30 seconds. Again, Gary and Studebaker. Oh, he's done. Oh, Gary left. Oh, okay.
Gary, Studebaker 2.
All right, competition single. $9.95. All right, you ready? Lights are hot. Up now is Swoop and Stinky Pinky and 3M Racing and Quick Trip. Up next, Edgar and MRZ and Brian B in Gold 67 Camaro. In the hole, Mac, number 3, Drag Green, and Droopy, Angry Minion. And in the parking lot, DX2, Chris's Nova, and BMR in Super Single. Swoop, you're dialing? 11:25. 11:25. 3M, you're dialing? Alright, dial-ins are 11:25 and 11:25. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. 3 seconds. Watch the clock. Lights are hot. Oh. And 3M Racing takes the win. Up now, Edgar, MRZ, and Brian B in Gold 67 Camaro. Oh. Up next, Mac, number 3, Drag Green, and Droopy, an Angry Minion. In the hole, DX2, Chris's Nova, and BMR in Super Single. And in the parking lot, BSR and El Chingon. And Daniel in Mustang number 2. Brian? Are you dialing? 11:35. Alright, dial-ins are 11:30 and 11:35. 20 seconds. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Brian takes the win. Up now, Mac, number 3, Drag Green, and Droopy, an Angry Minion. Up next, DX2, Chris's Nova, and BMR in Super Single. Up in the hole, BSR, El Chingon, and Daniel in Mustang number 2. Then in the parking lot, Larry Sears in Copperhead, and Mike Ito in Futurama. Mac, you dialing? 11-10. Droopy, you're dialing? 12-0. Alright, dial-ins are 11-10 and 12-0. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Droopy takes the win. Up now, DX2, Chris's Nova, and BMR's Super Single. Up next, BSR, El Chingon, and Daniel in Mustang number 2. In the hole, Larry in Copperhead, and Mike Ito, Futurama. And in the parking lot, Gary in Fairlane number 1, and Keith in Rudy's Black Dragster. Yeah. Cody, you're dialing? 12:26. Alright, diamonds are 11:89 and 12:26. $15. 10 seconds. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Rudy takes the win, one off the dial with a breakout. Daniel, you dialing? 11:40. Alright, up now, BSR, El Chingon, Daniel, Mustang number 2. Up next, Larry, Copperhead, and Mike Ito, Futurama. In the hole, Gary and Keith with a competition single in Rudy's Black Dragster. And in the parking lot, Frank in 6 Red and McQuick in Evil Herbie. $25. No, I'm saying. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And BSR takes the win, 043 light and 12 off.
All right, gentlemen. And Larry, too, I guess. Larry, what you down, sir? 10, 20. Oh, 20. All right. Mr. Mike. All right. Oh, yeah. He introduced it to me. All right, gentlemen, check it down, please. 10, 20, 11, 18. You gentlemen ready? All right, let's go hot. Larry Sears gets the win with Copperhead. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's why I was doing it. To annoy your ass. Up now, Mr. Keith with the bye. With the bye, I said.
Nope. No, I'm gonna get the buy this round.
I'm race director right now. Don't make me kick you out.
So 10:35. 4:45.
10:35. Is that what you said?
4:45.
4:45?
No, he asked what time they start.
Oh, okay. All right. On deck, McQuick with the bye, with the competition single. You gentlemen ready? All right. Yep. Check the controller, dude. All right. Let's try. All right. And what'd you run? Still thinking. Still thinking. All right, Mr. McQuick. Pick a lane. Any lane. On deck, we have Josh Daddy-O Jr., Knott's Berry Wagon. In the hole, Daniel Dotson with the Maverick number 2, Vince Ito, No Fear. And in the parking lot, Brian Saxton, Bambulance, Iceman, Envian.
Josh, I don't think you're up yet. Oh. Oh, okay.
Some people don't know how to pay attention. Someone that ate crayons as a kid. One second. One second. McQuick, what you down, sir? All right. Ready, sir? Lights are hot. If you go on the app. All right. McQuick, good thing you took it, brother. You broke out. All right, Josh and Junior. Hey, I'll bring you a pack of freshly opened Crayola crayons next time I come on. Or do you like actually the 99-cent store, the wax-free ones? Labor Day weekend. I don't have the date right now, Papa. All right, gentlemen. Mr. Josh, what's it down, sir? 12:55. 12:50. Mr. Junior. 11:70. All right. On deck, Daniel, Vince, thank you guys. In the hole, Brian's up here. Iceman, thank you. In the parking lot, Scott Music, 68 Firebird. Dan, your Porsche. All right, gentlemen. Gentlemen, ready? All right, lights are hot. Oh,
Yeah.
damn. Mande, Papa.
That thing picked up big time.
Labor Day weekend.
Yeah.
All right, Brian, Iceman, Scott. Thank you, Scott. Dan Sears in your Porsche. And in the parking lot, Big Dog, Smoking Rick, Maddie, your Dart Frog, Poison Dart Frog. And checking their tires, Mr. Bieber, One Trick Pony, Larry Sears, Green 69, Pinot. It said Chevelle, I said Pinot. All right, Mr. Daniel, what's your down, sir? 67. All right, Mr. Vince. 1180. Pretty easy. 30 seconds, gentlemen. All right, gentlemen. Check your gallons, please. 1067, 1180. Gentlemen, ready? Lights are hot. Damn. Can't go wrong with the A package.
Yeah.
Hey, Vince. I don't think I've ever heard you tell another guy nice package. All right, on deck, Mr. Scott, Mr. Dan. Thank you, gentlemen. In the hole, Big Dog, Smoking Rick, Maddie. Thank you, Maddie's already up here. And in the parking lot, Beaver, One Trick Pony, Larry, your 69 Pinot. All right, Mr. Brian, what's your darling, sir? 1250. 1175. All right, 40 seconds, gentlemen. All right. Check your dial-ins, please. 1220, 1175. Gentlemen, ready? Lights are hot. Hey, Brian. When did I get those lights? You can't be doing that shit. Take my lights like that, dude. All right. Gentlemen, on deck, Big Dog, Smoking Rick, Maddie, thank you's already up here. In the hole, Beaver, One Trick Pony, Larry, your Ford Mustang, 69 green. And in the parking lot, Frank the Tank with the number 7 red, Keith. Rudy's Brown Nova. Hey, Keith. Keith, do you have a car in your box that's not Rudy's?
No.
Okay. Just confirming. Mr. Scott, what's your dial in, sir? 12-0. All right. Mr. Dan. Oh. For your close race. All right, gentlemen. 20 seconds. All right, gentlemen. 5 seconds. Check your dial-ins, please. 12-0, 12-12. Trees coming down. Both stellar lights there, gentlemen. Both stellar lights. Up now, Big Dog. Smoking Rick. Maddie's already up here. On deck, Beaver, One Trick Pony, Larry. Larry, are you in the building, Larry? Larry. Keith, you got a competition single. I'm sorry, Big Dog, you said? 1075. All right. Miss Maddie. All righty. 30 seconds, drivers. Please check the dial-ins. 1075, 1150. All right. Drivers ready? Lights are hot. Big Dog breaks it out. Big Dog was coming too. Hey, Big Dog. Big Dog. You can't be getting those lights, brother. Only I get those lights. Uh-oh. There it is. All right. On deck, Keith. Rudy's Brown Nova. In the hole, Don, Plan B. Iceman, Supernova. In the parking lot, Jess. Your goodies, Swoop. Your 59, El Camino. And kicking the tires, Josh. Lame Blow. Alex, Bad B. All right, Mr. Beaver, what you doing, sir? All right, Mr. Larry. 1256. All right. $20 seconds, gentlemen. All right, check your dial-ins, please. 1079, 1256. You gentlemen ready? All right, lights are hot. Woo! Larry, 2 package. I thought you were going to nibble on it for a little bit there. Whoa, 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 whoa. All right, Mr. Keith, what's it down, sir?
1190.
All right. Damn. All right, you ready? Lights are hot. $25 light, 2 package. 2 off. That's what I meant. Up now, Dan, Iceman. All right, Mr. Don, what's your dollar, sir? 980. Mr. Iceman. 1060. All right. S10. How? Do I click on it? All right. On deck, Jess, your goodies, Swoop, 59 El Camino. In the hole, Josh, Lame Blow, Alex, Bad B. In the parking lot, Beaver, Cherry Bomb, Scott Music, Speed Racer. And checking their tire pressure, Rob, your S10. Competition single against Frank the Tank. 20 seconds, gentlemen. All right, gentlemen, check your dial-ins, please. 980, 1060. Driver ready? Lights are hot. Damn, and you got a perfect line. You know what I did? I just scratched my balls, and then I stuck my hand in there. Mm. Jess, what you dialing, sir? Jess, dialing? 1 second flat? Swoop. All right, drivers, 20 seconds. All right, drivers, 5 seconds. All right, tree's coming down. Yeah, you were left here on time. All right, Mr. Josh, what you dialing, sir? All right, Mr. Alex. All right, gentlemen, 30 seconds. All right, drivers, check your dialings, please. 11:55, 12:88. Drivers ready? Lights are hot. Alex, you know the race was today, though. Oh. Hey, I got you one. I got an extra one. Sure. Bieber. Scott. Drivers, check it islands. 11:49, 12:0. Drivers ready? Lights are hot. That's a pair. Breakout by Scott. Bieber moving on. Rob, you have a Byron. How do you do that? 1250. How do you like? How do I change it? Oh, there you go. So what? Now? I must be tired. Ready? What you like? Up now, Gary and Edgar. Edgar, you got a competition single. 1205. Edgar Dorito. On deck, Dan Searcy, Soccer Mom. Red, your 55 Chevy. In the hole, Brian B. 67 Camaro. Art Shaw, your 67 Camaro. Out at the restaurant, Junior Mora, 240Z. Big Dog, your S10. Edgar, you gonna run or no? Pick any. What's your dollar? You can prep your lane. Ready? Yeah. Ready? Drivers, Chicken Islands. 1178. 1145. Drivers ready? Lights are hot. Dan out there takes the win. No. Sorry. I'll check it out when I get home. Junior Mora, 240Z. Big Dog, your S10. RJ, your Blazer. Travis, Split Bumper. Swoop. Jocelyn's Vet. Trevor, Brown Nova. Mac, number 9, Camaro Red. Brian Saxton, Mustang. Brian. Art, 1158. Drivers, Chicken Islands, 1129, 1158. Drivers ready? Lights are hot. Woo! Brian with the win. Junior. Big dog. Their S10. Yep. Yep. Junior Moore. Junior. On deck, RJ and Travis, thank you. Swoop, Trevor, he's here, thank you. Matt, number 9, Camaro, red. Brian's here, thank you. Martin. How are we going to do that one? Okay. Drivers, Chicken Collins. 1040. 1310. Drivers ready? Lights are hot. Ooh. Wow, by 2,000. Right on his dial. Up now, RJ and Travis. Swoop and Trevor, Matt and Brian. Don Lee, Angry B, and Maddie. Like, how do we do that? That's crazy. RJ. Travis. Driver, Chicken Collins. 1165. 1185. Drivers ready? Lights are hot. Red light. Travis moves on. True. Trevor. 12 12 0. Drivers, Tricky Dollins, 11-10, 12-0. Drivers ready? Lights are hot. Oh, man. Woo, that bad boy was rocking and rolling. Wow. Up now, Mac and Brian, Martin and Frank, Dawn and Maddie, Keith, Purple Dragster, Larry Sears, 56 Chevy Post, BSR, your green vet, the Super Gas winner, and Alex, your step side. Right. Mac, 13-15, gotcha. Drivers, Tricky Dollins, 13-15, 11-75. Drivers ready? Lights are hot. Mac with the win. All right, up now we got Martin and Frank. All right, we'll give it to Martin. Wait, Frank's older. All right, Martin, you win. Good job. Up now, Dawn and Maddie, Keith and Larry, Joe and Alex, Droopy and Daniel, BMR and Vince. Dawn. Maddie. Yeah, 58. Drivers, Chicken Islands, a 1066, 1050. Cheaper too. It's actually really good. It's really good. It's better than that red shit. Walmart. Walmart, Home Depot. Drivers ready? Lights are hot. Don with the win. Dan Kraft told me about it. Because, you know, electric one, the red one, it's like $10. I found the Home Depot. I buy like two, like 4 or 8 of them for like $30. I'm like, what? I bought 2 of them for $6. I'm a dud. Yeah. It dries fast. No residue. And it doesn't eat up your brushes. Like the Pura does over there. That sucks. Keith.
Mine, 68.
Larry.
12-10.
Got you, sir. Look at that ugly ass car, man. The car didn't even fucking run for shit. Oh, never mind. You're not even paying attention, bro.
Yeah.
Fucking slightly retarded motherfucker. Oh, slightly stupid. Oh. I think we all have a little bit of retardedness in us.
A lot of retarded.
Wow. Yep. Checking out in 968. 1210. Ain't that the fuck? Drivers ready? Lights are hot. Heat 976. Yeah, I think we're all fucking retarded. Let's go hang out on a slow car track for like 20 hours. Yeah. Yeah, no shit. You got Durant over there going, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Go home. Go home. Right? Just like, damn. Like, I love DX, but fuck this shit. You want me to change the car? Drivers, check it out. 1198, 1350. Drivers ready? Lights are hot. Woo! Broke that bitch out. Should have never changed it. Up now, Droopy and Daniel. On deck, BMR and Vince. Wow, he said you went home, Vince. Wow, he's like, he straight up told you ain't shit. That's what he just said to you. That's what I heard. He said you ain't shit.
I'm halfway home now.
Okay. In the hole, Jesse, Ezekiel, Iceman, Monster, Big, Big Dave, Doug Lembeck, McQuick, Green with Envy, Droopy. Daniel. I'm like, why are you creeping up on me, like, bro? Like, why are you stepping up to me? I'm like, what the fuck? Go ahead, it's up to me. We ain't racing, man. I thought you were gonna say some gay shit. Like, if I can't put back, you're sucking me off in front of everybody. That's true. Yeah. All right. Oh, now you want to get serious. Drivers, check it out. It's heads up. Drivers ready. Lights are hot. Well, you got a perfect package. Better get those things fucking up. All right. Cody. Oh, I can hear his word. Hey, bro. In the hole, Jesse and Iceman, Big Dave, Doug Lembeck, McQuick, he's up. Ending the first round, there is a God. Freedom Racing, Bad Bird, against the one and only Michael Itaro, Rudy. What? Am I coming up? Great. Alright. I guess I'll step away. Once again, thank you guys for coming. Please visit the snack bar. We have cold ice cream and popcorn. No nachos. No nachos. We're out of cheese. Drivers, check your dial-ins and hear your dial-ins. 10:59, 12:90. Drivers ready? Lights are hot. Lights up, Vince is out there. Oh! 10:71.
Alright, up now, Vern, GTO, and DX2 in Chuck's shoebox. Up next, Jess in Z Camaro and Iceman in Monster. In the hole, Big Dave and Doug Lambleck and McQuick in Green with Envy. And in the parking lot, 3M Racing and Bad Bird and Mike Ito, 65 Falcon. Vern, your dial-in? 30 seconds. Guys, check your dials, 1335 and 1190. Alright, you guys ready? Alright, lights are hot. And DX takes the win, 032 light and 3 off his dial. Up now, Jess in Z Camaro and Iceman in Brownie. Up next, Big Dog in Doug Lambic. Big Dave, sorry. And McQuick in Green with Envy. And in the hole, our last pair, 3M Racing and Bad Bird and Mike Ito, 65 Falcon. Jess, your dial-in? 1105? 105. 1070. Alright, dial-ins are 105 and 1070. 12 seconds. 5 seconds. Watch the clock. Lights are hot. And Jess takes the win. Up now, Big Dave and Doug Lambic and and McQuick and Green with Envy. And our last pair for round 1, 3M Racing and Bad Bird and Mike Ito, 65 Falcon. Big Dave, you're dialing? Big Dave, you're dialing? 995? 995. McQuick, you're dialing? 1150. Alright guys, check your dial-ins. 995 and 1150. 20 seconds. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Big Dave takes the win. And our last pair for 3M Racing, our last pair for round 1, 3M Racing, Bad Bird, and Mike Ito, 65 Falcon. $11.35. Mike, you're dialing? Alright, your diamonds are 11:35 and 12:08. $30 seconds. $20 seconds. 10 seconds. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Mike Ito takes the win and breaks out by 4. Alright, 3M Racing, you have 4. Alex, you have 2. Art, Art, you have 2. Bieber, you have 3. Big Dave, you have 3. Big Dog, you have 4. BMR, you have 5. Brian B, you have 5. BSR, you have 3. Dan Searcy, you have 3. Daniel, you have 1. Don Leith, you have 4. Droopy, you have 3. DX2, you have 6. Edgar, you have 3. Frank, you have 0. Gary, Long, you have 2. Iceman, you have 5. Jess, you have 3. Josh, you have 3. Junior, you have 1. Keith, you have 5. Larry, you have 2. Mac, you have 3. Maddie, you have 3. Martin, you have 1. McQuick, you have 3. Mike Ito, you have 2. Red, you have 1. RJ, you have 3. Rob, you have 4. Scott Music, you have 1. Swoop, you have 2. Travis, you have 4. Trevor, you have 2. Vern, you have 1. Vince, you have 0. 2, RJ in Thumper number 1, and McQuick in He-Man's Holler. Up next, 3M Racing in Honky Tonk, and Brian B in Blue 72 Vet. In the hole, Swoop in Porky, and DX2 in Now and Later. And in the parking lot, Gary in Corvette number 2, and Travis and Hemi. RJ, you said 1175? McQuick, you're dialing? 1605. Alright, our diamonds are 1175 and 1605. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And RJ takes the win, 36 off the dial. Alright, up now, 3M Racing in Honky Tonk and Brian B in Blue 72 Vet. Up next, Swoop in Porky and DX2 in Now or in Later. In the hole, Gary in Corvette number 2 and Travis in Hemi.
Yeah.
And in the parking lot, Keith, Rudy's Truck Chevy, and Art in Thunderbolt. Brian, you're dialing? 1170? Alright, diamonds are 1170 and 1198. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And 3M Racing takes the win. 011 light and 8 off the dial. Up now, Swoop and Porky and DX2 Now and Later. Up next, Gary in Corvette number 2 and Travis in Hemi. In the hole, Keith in Rudy's Truck Chevy and Art in Thunderbolt. And in the parking lot, Rob in Fat B and Alex in Purple Soda. $12.10? $10.25. Alright, diamonds are 12.10 and 10.25. 20 seconds. 15. 15 seconds.
Chase.
All right, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And DX2 takes the win, 6 off the dial, 018 light. Up now, Gary in Corvette number 2, and Travis in Hemi. Up next, Keith in Rudy's truck Chevy, and Art in Thunderbolt. In the hole, Rob in Fat B, and Alex in Purple Soda. And in the parking lot, BMR, Westside Camaro, and Iceman in Haviline.
Hey, why don't you go get us some food? Because you ain't got shit to do. Since you ain't got no
Alright, lights are hot.
Izzy did that shit just completely like, I don't know what's going on.
And Travis runs his dial, 1190. Up now, Keith in Rudy's truck Chevy, and Art in Thunderbolt. Up next, Rob in Fat B, and Alex in Purple Soda. In the whole, BMR, Westside Camaro, and Iceman in Haviline. And in the parking lot, Maddie in Candies and Hughes, and Brian B in White 67 Camaro. Keith, you're dialing? 1198. Art, you're dialing? Dial-ins are 1198 and 1102. Yeah. 20 seconds. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Keith takes the win, 9 off the dial. Up now, Rob in Fat B, and Alex in Purple Soda. Up next, BMR in Westside Camaro, and Iceman in Haviline. In the whole, Maddie in Candies and Hughes, and Brian B in White 67 Camaro. And in the parking lot, Big Dog and Star Chief, and Big Dave in Austin. 11:05. Alex, 10:78. 11:05 and 10:78. 35 seconds. 25 seconds. All right. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Alex takes the win. That if only like if he held it for a little bit longer. He so had that. Up now, BMR, Westside Camaro, and Iceman and Havoline. Up next, Maddie, Candies and Heroes, and Brian B, White 67 Camaro. In the hole, Big Dog and Star Chief and Big Dave in Austin. And in the parking lot, Drippy, Hookers and Blow, and Travis and Ebony. Cody, you're dialing? 10:23. 10:21. 10:21. 11:99. All right, dial-ins are 10:21 and 11:99. 10 seconds. You guys ready? All right. Lights are hot. And BMR takes the win. 10:32, 11 off. Up now, Maddie, Candies and Hughes, and Brian B, Y67 Camaro. Up next, Big Dog and Star Chief and Big Dave in Austin. In the hole, Droopy, Hookers and Blow, and Travis and Ebony. And in the parking lot, DX2 and Bluey and Josh in Motel 6. Maddie, you're dialing? Brian? 11:83. Dial-ins are 10:35 and 11:83. 30 seconds. All right, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Brian takes the win, 9 off his dial. Up now, Big Dog and Star Chief and Big Dave in Austin. Up next, Droopy, Hookers and Blow, and Travis and Ebony. In the hole, DX2 and Bluey. And Josh in Motel 6. And in the parking lot, Jess in Olds and BSR in Ghosts. Big Dave, you're dialing? 1260. Alright guys, check your dial-ins. 1392 and 1260. $15 seconds. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Big Dog takes the win. Up now, Droopy and Travis. Up next, DX2 in Bluey and Josh in Motel 6. In the whole Jess in Olds and BSR in Ghost. And in the parking lot, Scott Music and Sox and Martin and Iceman in Gold Digger. $11.95. $13.90. All right, diamonds are $13.90 and $11.95. $20 seconds. $15 seconds. All right, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Travis takes the win, running his dial $11.95. Up now, DX2 in Bluey and Josh in Motel 6. Up next, Jess, Milligan in Olds and BSR in Ghost. In the whole Scott Music in Sox and Martin and Iceman in Gold Digger. And in the parking lot, RJ and Barbie and Bob in Z28. Dialing? Alright, dial-ins are 987 and 1420. 25 seconds. $15 seconds. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. That's crazy. That's crazy. And Josh takes the win, 007 Light. Up now, Jess in Olds and BSR in Ghost. Up next, Scott Music in Sox and Martin and Iceman in Gold Digger. In the whole, RJ and Barbie and Rob in Z28. And in the parking lot, Dad Searcy, Roger Dodger, and BMR in Super S10. $9.85. Alright, guys, check your dials. 985 and 942. 20 seconds. Did they send an email? Stop. I don't want to look. I want to look. 10 seconds. You guys ready? Lights are hot.
Yeah. Fuck.
And Jess takes the win.
All right, Mr. Scott, what's your down, sir? 12-0. All right, Iceman. 960. All right, gentlemen. Hey, Scott. I don't appreciate you taking that truck out of my box. You gotta put that back when you're done, all right? All right, gentlemen. Check your dial-ins. 12-0. 960. Gentlemen, ready? Lights are hot. No. As long as you do it online. Up now, RJ, Barbie, Rob, Z28. RJ, what's your down, Papa? All right, Mr. Rob, what's your down, sir? Well, it doesn't say it on there. It just told you the team. All right, gentlemen, 20 seconds. All right, gentlemen, check it down ins. 11:05, 12:40. Guys ready? All right, let's are hot. Oh! RJ for the win. Up now, Dan. On deck, 3M Racing, Hot Wire, myself, White Rice. In the hole, Josh, Ripoff, Don, Blue Chew, thank you, Mr. Don. In the parking lot, Daniel, Maverick number 2, DX2, Red Promon. Mr. Dan, what you doing, sir? Mr. Dan? 1070, all right. Cody? 1152, Izzy? All right, drivers, 30 seconds. All right, drivers, 20 seconds. All right, drivers, check your dial-ins, please. 1070, 1152. Gentlemen, ready? Let your hot.
And Dan takes the win. Up now, 3M Racing. Up now, 3M Racing, Hot Wired, and Edgar in White Rice. Up next, Josh in Ripoff, and Don Leith in Blue Chew. In the hole, Daniel in Maverick number 2 and DX2 in Red PM. And in the parking lot, Brian B in Gray 70 Camaro and Keith, Rudy's truck Dodge. Alright, 11:58 and 11:10. You guys ready? Alright, lights are hot. And 3M Racing takes the win with 3 off his dial. Up now, Josh in Ripoff and Don Leith, Blue Chew. Up next, Daniel Dotson in Maverick number 2 and DX2 in Red PM. In the hole, Brian in Gray 70 Camaro and Keith in Rudy's truck Dodge. And in the parking lot, Larry in Copperhead and Rob in Skunky. Josh, you dialing? 1160. Don, you're dialing? 1090. Alright, dial-ins are 1160 and 1090. "30 seconds. "20 seconds. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Josh takes the win. 021 light. Up now, Daniel in Maverick number 2 and DX2 in Red PM. Up next, Brian B in Gray 70 Camaro and Keith in Rudy's Dodge truck.
What was that, Brian?
And in the hole, Larry, Copperhead, and Rob in Skunky. And in the parking lot, Mac, number 1 Dragster Blue, and Bieber in Big Daddy. Daniel, you're dialing? $10.68. You're dialing?
1190.
Alright, dial-ins are 1068 and 1190. 15 seconds. Eight seconds. Watch the clock.
Really?
And Daniel takes the win 4 off his dial. Alright, up now. Brian B. in Gray 70 Camaro and Keith in Rudy's Dodge Truck. Up next, Larry in Copperhead and Rob in Skunky. Thank you. In the hole, Mac in number 1 Dragster Blue and Bieber in Big Daddy. And in the parking lot, Mike Ito, Jukebox, and Maddie in Pinkalicious. Keith, you're dialing?
Score 1198.
12-0 and 1198. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. 1198 and 1198. You guys ready? Watch the clock. And Brian takes the win 6 off the dial. Up now, Larry Sears in Copperhead and Rob in Skunky. Up next, Mac, number 1 Dragster Blue and Bieber in Big Daddy. In the hole, Mike Ito in Jukebox and Maddie in Pinkalicious. And in the parking lot, Don Leith, Mopar, and DX2 Blue PM. Larry, you're dialing? Rob, you're dialing? 920? Alright, dial-ins are 1020 and 920. 30 seconds. Fifteen seconds. Ten seconds. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Rob takes the win with the 023 light. Up now, Mac, number 1 Dragster Blue, and Bieber and Big Daddy. Up next, Mike Ito in Jukebox and Maddie in Pinkalicious. In the hole, Don Leith in Mopar and DX2 Blue and PM. And in the parking lot, Dan Searcy in Porsche 928 and Jess in Goodies. Matt, you dialing? Bieber, you're dialing? 1126. Mac, you're dialing? 1065. Alright, dial-ins are 1065 and 1126. 30 seconds. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Mac takes the win. 2 off his dial. Up now, Mike Ito in Jukebox and Maddie in Pinkalicious. Up next, Don Leith in Mopar and DX2 in Blue PM. In the hole, Dan Searcy in Porsche 928 and Jess in Goodies. And in the parking lot, Big Dog and Chris Kuda and McQuick in the 57 Hell Air. Mike, you're dialing? 13:45. Maddie? Alright, Diane's are 13:45 and 11:61. 30 seconds. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Mike Ito takes the win, 11 off the dial.
Hey, come back. Is it? I'm up at 4. All right, Mr. Don. And my boo. DX. What's your dialing, sir? Mr. Don. On deck, Dan, your Porsche, Jess, goodies. In the hole, Big Dog, Chris Kuda, McQuick. He's already up here, thank you. In the parking lot, Beaver, Moon Knight's Bus, BMR, your 66.
What?
Your 66, whitelist. Why gotta be a black ball? So racist. All right, gentlemen. All right, gentlemen. You guys ready? Hold on, hold on. Don't go, don't go, don't go, don't go, don't go, don't go, don't go. Don't go, don't go, don't go, don't go. Don't go. Because he didn't go and it just paused. Don't go, don't go. See, it froze. There you go. All right, sorry about that, guys. 12:20, 11:85. Gentlemen, ready? Lights are hot. Dude, I hit the button and it just froze. Don breaks it out. Up now, Dan, Jesse. Jesus. All right, Mr. Dan, what's your dialing, sir? 12:10. Mr. Jess. One flat. 999. On deck, Big Dog. Your Chris Kuda. McQuick, he's already up here. Thank you, Mr. McQuick. Bieber. Moon Knight's Bus. BMR. White 66 list.
And Edgar and Kiko and Mac, number 762 Corvette Brown. Did they get your guys' dial-ins yet? Dan, you're dialing? Oh, okay. You're dialing, you have it? Okay, yeah, good. 10 seconds. Alright, guys, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Dan takes the win, 7 off the dial, 031 light. Up now, Big Dog, Chris Kuda, and McQuick, 57 Hell Air. Up next, Bieber in Moon Eyes Bus, and BMR in Blacklist 55. In the hole, Edgar and Kiko and Max, number 762 Corvette Brown. And in the parking lot, Iceman and Dawn and Keith in Rudy's Black Dragster. me quick your dialing. Alright, dial-ins are 12:53 and 14:35. 15 seconds. Ten seconds. Alright, lights are hot.
Damn, it slowed down, but I'll take it.
And McQuick takes the win. Up now, Bieber in Moon Eye's Bus. And BMR, Blacklist 55. Up next, Edgar and Kiko. And Mac, number 762 Corvette Brown. Uh-oh. In the whole Iceman and Don and Keith in Rudy's Black Dragster. And in the parking lot, BSR, El Chingon, and Travis in Ford. Bieber, you're dialing? 13. Cody? 11:17. Alright, 13:17 and 11:17. 15 seconds. No. 10 seconds. You're staged. Yep. You're good, you're good, you're good. I paused the timer. I paused it. You gotta turn it on, dude. That's the way it works. Oh my god, bro. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Cody takes the win, running an 11:30. Up now, Edgar and Kiko and Mac, number 762 Corvette Blue. Up next, Iceman and Don and Keith, Rudy's Black Dragster. In the hole, BSR and Chingon and Travis in Ford. And in the parking lot, Trevor, Jump Jack, and 3M Racing, Pinche Pinto. RJ. 10:40? Mac? 14:15. Alright, dial-ins are 10:40 and 14:15. 20 seconds. Lights are hot. And Edgar takes the win, 20 off the dial. Up now, Iceman and Don, Keith, Rudy's Black Dragster. Up next, BSR and El Chingon and Travis in Ford. In the whole, Trevor and Jump Jack and 3M Racing and Pinche Pinto. And in the parking lot, Vern in Missile and Brian B in Gold 67 Camaro. Ty, you're dialing? 13:60. Keith? You're dialing? 10:40.
All right, drivers. 1360, 1045, 10 seconds. All right, drivers. Good rate. Lights are hot. Oh, 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 damn. All right, Mr. Joe, what's your dialing, sir? All right, Mr. Travis. Hey, Travis, I'm not the smartest man in the world, but that does not look like a Ford. Chevy Extend.
No, it's not.
Okay, I'm just saying. Got it. All right, drivers, 25 seconds. 20 seconds. All right, drivers, check your dial-ins. 1060, 1195. Drivers ready? Lights are hot. Damn, 12 package. Can't go wrong with that. Up now, Trevor. Jump Jack. Mr. Mike. What's your dial-in, sir? 1115. Up next, we got Vern. Thank you, Mr. Vern's already up here. Brian, Gold 67. In the hole, Big Dave, White Tiger, Droopy, Angry Minion. And in the parking lot, DX2, Chris's Nova, Junior, Knott's Berry Wagon. 35 seconds, drivers. All right, drivers, check your dial-ins. 12-0, 11-15. Drivers ready? All right, lights are hot. Oh, Trevor breaks it out by 2. Mike takes the win. Up now, Vern, Brian.
Up next, Big Dave, White Tiger, and Droopy, and Angry Minion. In the hole, DX2 in Chris's Nova, and Junior Mora in Knott's Berry Wagon. And in the parking lot, Keith, Rudy's Brown Nova, and Bird in Blue Vet. Burn your diamond. 11:35. Brian, your diamond. 11:29. Alright, diamonds are 11:35 and 11:29. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Brian takes the win. Up now, Big Dave, White Tiger, and Droopy, Angry Minion. Up next, DX2, Chris's Nova, and Junior in Knott's Berry Wagon. In the hole, Keith in Rudy's Brown Nova, and Red and Blue Vet. And in the parking lot, Iceman and Envy, and Gary and Studebaker. Big Dave, you're dialing? 997? 997. Droopy? 11.9. Dial-ins are 997 and 1190. 15 seconds. Ten seconds. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Big Dave takes the win. 13 off the dial. Up now, DX2, Chris's Nova, and Junior in Knott's Berry Wagon. Up next, Keith in Rudy's Brown Nova, and Red and Blue Vet. In the hole, Iceman and Envy, and Gary and Studebaker #1. And in the parking lot, Art and Ford Ranger, and Dawn and Spanky. Junior, you're dialing? 11:59. Alright, diamonds are 1180 and 11:59. 25 seconds. $15 seconds. 8 seconds. Alright guys, watch the clock. And Junior takes the win, 5 off the dial. Up now, Keith, Rudy's Brown Nova, and Red and Blue Vet. Up next, Iceman and Envy, and Gary and Studebaker.
Junior says he has to leave. He's got to have dinner. But I said, all you gotta do is DX, we can leave on a high.
In the hole, Art and Ford Ranger, and Dom Leaf and Spanky, and in the parking lot, BMR and Hollywood and Swoop and Fish and Lure. $11.90. 90? It's okay. 20 seconds. Diamonds are 11.90 and 11.90. You guys ready? Lights are hot. and Keith takes the win. Up now, Iceman in Envy, and with the competition by. Up next, Art in Ford Ranger, and Dawn in Spanky. In the hole, BMR in Hollywood, and Swoop in Fish and Lure. And in the parking lot, Big Dog, EG Truck, and DX2 in Chuck's Shoebox. $20 seconds. Lights are hot. There we go. There you go. Up now, Art in Ford Ranger, and Dawn in Spanky. Up next, BMR in Hollywood, and Swoop in Fish and Lure. In the hole, Big Dog, EG Truck, and DX2, Chuck's Shoe. And in the parking lot, Maddie, Poison Dart Frog, and Mac, number 6 Camaro Red. Art, you're dialing? 11:48. Done. Alright, 11:48 and 11:65. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Dawn takes the win. Up now, BMR, Hollywood, and Swoop, Fish and Lure. Up next, Big Dog, EG Truck, and DX2, Chuck's Shoebox. In the hole, Maddie, Poison Dart Frog, and Mac, number 9 Camaro Red. And in the parking lot, Dan Searcy, Soccer Mom, and RJ and Punisher. Cody, you're dialing? Swoop, you're dialing? 1080. Alright, 11:44 and 1080. You guys ready? Alright, lights are hot. Up now, Big Dog and EG Truck, and DX2, Chuck's Shoebox. Up next, Maddie, Poison Dart Frog, Mac, number 9 Camaro Red. In the hole, Dan Searcy, Soccer Mom, and RJ and Punisher. And in the parking lot, Beaver, Cherry Bomb, and Josh in Lane Blow. You're dialing? Code. You're dialing? Heads. Wait, what'd you say? Heads up. I was like, all right, dial-ins are 1191 and 1191. 10 seconds. Lights are hot. And DX takes the win. 038 light. Up now, Maddie, Poison Dart Frog, and Mac, number 9 Camaro Red. Up next, Dan Searcy, Soccer Mom, and RJ, and Punisher. In the hole, Bieber, and Cherry Bomb, and Josh, in Lane Blow. And in the parking lot, 3M Racing, Quick Trip, and Jess, and Z Camaro. Maddie, you're dialing. 1123. Mac. 1345. 35 seconds. Dial-ins are 1123 and 1345. All right, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Mac takes the win. 7 off the dial. Up now, RJ and Punisher, and Dan Searcy and Soccer Mom. Up next, Bieber, Cherry Bomb, and Josh in Lane Blow. In the hole, 3M Racing, Quick Trip, and Jess and Z Camaro. And in the parking lot, McQuick and Evil Herbie, and Rob and Maverick. Dan, you're dialing? 1179. 1179 and 1050. 35 seconds. $15 seconds. All right, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Dan takes the win, 3 off the dial. Up now, Bieber, Cherry Bomb, and Josh, Lane Blow. Up next, 3M Racing in Quick Trip, and Jess and Z Camaro. In the hole, McQuick, Evil Herbie, and Rob in Maverick. And in the parking lot, Keith, Purple Dragster, and BSR, Green Vet. Bieber, you're dialing? 1150. Josh? 1170. Alright, dial-ins are 1150 and 1170. 30 seconds. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Bieber takes the win, 4 off the dial, and 008 light. Up now, 3M Racing, Quick Trip, and Jess in Z Camaro. Up next, McQuick, Evil Herbie, and Rob in Maverick. In the hole, Keith in Purple Dragster and BSR Green Vet. And in the parking lot, Iceman in S10 and Alex in Hulk. Three 11:25. Jess 1 10:005 105 just 105. 105. Okay. I can't do 105 like that. Okay. Lights are on. That's not.
But you can't do it. You can't do a 105. You can't do a 105.
I'm sorry. That's why I told you I can't. That's what I put. But that's what I put. No, but I put that there. That's what how it entered in the computer. He told me 105. Wait, don't go, don't go, don't go, don't go. What happened? What?
All right. All right. Drivers, check it out on 1140, 1195. The drivers ready? Lights are hot. Green lights. Spencer, you break up. Nice light. Nice light. So what happened?
Hope so. Just didn't want him to.
Here we go. Keith, what you calling?
Nice.
Joe.
June 96.
96. Driver, Chicken Islands, 970, 1196. Drivers ready? Lights are hot. Double rep. Whoa, what? Wow. You know what? I'll block your time. How about that? I'll block your shit. Got it. Up now, Iceman and Alex, Droopy and Dawn, Larry and Brian, Big Dave and Edgar. Like, I was watching it.
Way too slow. It was running. It was running 13 or 14.
Is that better? Is that better? This is your conscience speaking.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, that didn't really work out the way I wanted it to, but okay. Um. Yeah. Shit. I'm sorry, Cody. Damn. Shit. Now I feel bad. I put Brian in for Martin. Here we go. 1197, 1299. Drivers ready. Lights are hot. Oh my god. Do any of you guys want to race or what's going on here? We got a 162 light in the left, a 114 in the right. Wow. Yep, a win's a win. Wow. Wow. Damn. All right. I'm gonna wait till I get to the bottom, gentlemen. Maddie, you're out. Red, you're out. Scott Music, you're out. Swoop, you're out. Trevor, you're out. Vern, Travis, you have 2. Rob, you have 2. RJ, you have 2. Mike Ito has 2. McQuick, 1. Martin, you have 1. Mac, you have 2. Larry, 1. Keith, 4. Cheating bastard. Junior Mora, 1. Josh, 2. Jess, 1. Iceman, 2. Gary, out. Edgar, 2. DX2, 7. Droopy, you're out. Dawn, 2. Dotson, 1. Dan, 3. BSR, 1. Brian B, 3. Cody, you have 3. Big Dog, you have 2. Big Dave, you have 1. Bieber, Archari gone. Alex, and I don't know who the top one was. So, all right. Everybody good? We good? All right, here we go. All right. Let's see who gets the buy run. Oh, God. Please don't be who I think it's going to be. Oh, shit! There we go. I fucking said it too. Don't let it fucking beat me. Oh my god. Honest to God, I thought it was gonna be Brian Martin. Honest to God, like, don't let it be fucking Brian. Don't let it be Brian. Well, who was it? Me. Hey, like Gringo would say, I'm the race director, so I get everybody. I'm sorry, senior. Sorry. Right? All right. So, hey, let's clarify this issue. Okay? Racers, as a race director, do not yell at us. Do not yell at my helper. We have been sitting up here running these races for you. If there is an issue with one of my helpers, you come talk to me. I am the promoter. I will handle the situation. We have had this issue in the past. You guys come here to have a good time. We, as race directors, try to make sure the program runs smoothly. Okay? I know we had an issue and we handled it. That's good. But please, ladies and gentlemen, it's tough sitting there, running that race, putting numbers in, making sure you guys are good. It is not easy. The people that are in this building have ran races and put on major events like Ito, like Vince, same thing, like Keith, Mac, me, obviously, Edgar, Big Dog. It's tough, guys. So please, if there's an issue, we can take care of it. All right? We're almost done. No more. Let's go. All right, here we go. Round number 3. Travis, your Hemi. Cody, your West Side Camaro. Josh, Motel 6. Dan, Roger Dodger. RJ, Thumper number 1. Alex, Purple Soda. Jess, your Olds. Keith, Rudy's Truck. Chevy Truck. Brian B, White Camaro, 67. Daniel, Dotson. Maverick, bitch number 2. Yeah, I said it. Yeah. Oh, thank you. All right, we have no current races. All right. What do we got? Yep. We're looking at 11:32, guys. We're gonna do it. Driver, Second Downs, 1190, 1024. Drivers ready? Lights are hot. Cody's out there, takes the win. There you go. 1038. Nope. Up now we got Josh and Dan. On deck, RJ and Alex. In the hole, Jess and Keith. In the parking lot, Brian and Daniel. Out in the street playing tag, Iceman and Big Dog. Oh, wow. They went to the 4th digit. No, he didn't. Josh. Dan. Thank you, sir. Next time I'm bringing. Drivers, Chicken Islands, 420, 1073. Drivers ready? Lights are hot. Yep, you watch the light. You watch the light. I know, he actually, your car fell out. Your car was watching the light, not you. Up now, we got RJ and Alex. On deck, Jess. It actually feels good. I I didn't. Yeah. He might have made it. Yeah, don't say that. She'll go to sleep. Hey, what about you? Yeah. RJ. 1080. 1185. Are you sure? Alex. Fuck. It's a guessing game. I'm gonna go 88. All right. Do you want me to go 87? Want me to go 86? I'll go 86. All right. 1185. Mike. 3M. 1185. 1088. Drivers ready? Lights are hot. Oh! You see? You see? Yep, yep. Yeah. Wow. Wow. You got lucky on that one. Keith, you're up. Oh, thank you. Huh? Third one. No, yeah, you're right. Because Dan seriously bought me a big one. And I had a C4 this morning. You used to be bad at Brenner Park, bro. I used to pound fucking monsters. Well, I can handle C4s. Monsters no more. Uh, I was at a race in Vegas, and I was watching my son race, and I felt like somebody was squeezing my kidneys. Jesse. So, a 1090. Okay. Thank you.
1198. 198.
Gotcha. The drivers, check it out, 1090. 1198. The drivers ready? Lights are hot. Woo! Woo! Good run, Jess. We broke out by a lot, brother. You broke out by a lot. Up now, we got Brian and Daniel. Iceman, Gold Digger, Big Dog, Star Chief, Mac, number 1, Dragster, Blue, 3M Racing, Honky Tonk, Rob, Skunky, Dawn, Spanky. Spunky against Spanky. All right. Edgar, Kiko, Keith, one of my cars. Who would have known? Oof. Brian. $85. Gotcha. Keith. Daniel. Huh? You want to know who did that? Alan. Yeah. All I had to do was give him some vape juice. Now, Alex didn't. Alex. That's going to be a sick ass no bar. Drivers, check it out. Oh, if Ty moved his big ass head. Oh, wait, I can just look at my monitor. 1185. 1068. Drivers ready? Lights are hot. Y'all better hope and pray I don't have like 2 cars going to the semis, because I'm going to punk all you bitches and say fucking winner take all. The payout is... I got your dollars. I do. Time. 968. Big dog. 14-17. All right. Drivers, take dollars. 968. 14-17. The driver is ready. Lights are hot. Woo! Big dog wants to go home. Oh shit! Almost did that. Oh shit! That was good job, Ty. 600 to the winner, 300 to runner up, and 60 to the semis. I took money from the winner and I took money from the runner up, so that the 2 semis, if you make it to the semis, you race for free. $60. So six brackets, $60. So you ran bracket race for free. Yeah, you race for free. Yeah. That's what sticker? What sticker? Get out of here. Fucking. You're one of those fucking kids, huh? I want a trophy. You better not like that. Big dog stab you.
1170.
One of those guys. I showed up. I want a trophy. Fucking win a class. You would never cut it in the old days. Drivers, ticket Collins. 1060. 1170. Drivers ready? Lights are hot. Drivers, ticket Collins. 923. 1165. Drivers ready? Lights are hot. Woo! Um, uh, um, who won the last race? Oh, shit. Who won the last race? 3M Racing? Fuck. That was scary. We almost fucked up. We almost fucked up. We almost fucked up. I almost fucked up. I almost did. I'm like, oh, shit. Hey, that's my car. Wrong car. Black Dragster. God damn. God damn. Yeah, I was talking to Edgar. I'm like, who fucking won the last race? Oh my god. I pulled a Cody. Who won? What lane's beeping in your ear? The right or the left? The right. You know, I'm gonna tell you something about Cody. When the first time I met Cody, he said I looked skinny. I will always love Cody for that. Always. That's right. And then he touched me. God damn, you're fat.
Come on, Ito, don't go down that road.
1040? Keith.
10-20.
1020. 1020. 20 or 40?
20. Yeah, I'm guessing.
Ah, you are. The driver's Chicken Owens, 1040. 1020. The driver's ready. Lights are hot. Yep. Oh.
Here with that bad mojo.
Oh, damn. Up now, we got Mike Ito and Cody. Brian B. Greg Camaro, 70. McQuick, 57. Heller. 3M Racing, Hotwire. Larry Sears, Green, 69. Chevelle. Dan Cersei, you have a bye. Competition single. Oh, whatever you do on Sundays is your business, sir. DX2, my blue pro mod, Mac. Number 9, Camaro Red. Oh, sorry. Mike. Okay, calm down there with the little snappy ass there. 1345! I'm not cleaning my room. 1124, got you, sir, thank you. Drivers, check it out. 1345. 1124. Drivers ready? Lights are hot. You slept so bad. You ran right on your down, can't you see? Cody, you ran 1124 on 1124. Horrible light though. 27. Good run, bro. Oh, wow. Wow. Be nice to Cody. He has feelings, you know. Oh, hey, Gary. I don't know Gary. Hey, Gary. Well, Brian and McQuick, 3M Racing, Hotwire, Larry Sears, 69 Chevelle, Dan's here already. Junior Mora. Junior Mora. I'm gonna throw in I'm throwing Vince. Vince is out. Grab one of your son's cars. At least he's still going rounds. Ooh, shots fired. Right. Well, though. Be quick. Damn, he thought hard about that one. Damn. The driver is Chicken Owens, 12 flat, 1465. Drivers ready? Lights are hot. Ah, shit. Broke out by 8. Make quick. Good to know. And knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe. Up now, we got 3M Racing, Larry Sears, Dan, Junior Mora. Junior Mora. Yeah, I get it by him the race record. Don't get mad. Don't be jelly. Don't be jelly. In the hole, Big Dog, your S10 truck, Keith, Brown Nova, My Nova, Rob, Maverick, Travis, Ebony, Mike. 11:58, got you, sir. Larry. 12:48. There we go. I hope not. It's gonna get stuff as shit in there. You mean they raised it? Not lowered it. It'd be colder. Alright, here we go. Drivers, Chicken Islands, 11:58, 12:48. Drivers ready? The lights are hot. Oh, you treat him nice, Mike. Good job. Up now we got Dan and Junior Mara. Junior Mara. You know, little fun fact, and I'm not even drinking a Snapple, that Junior Mora is the only drag racer that races real drags and slot cars and has a perfect package. No. Let me clarify. In his drag car. Hey, whatever makes your nipples perk, that's all you, Dan. I get it. You're from Ventura. I get it. What you doing? Uh, 12:14. Junior Morrow. You have 25 seconds. Mac, number 9 Camaro, you're on deck. Big Dog, S10 Truck, Keith, My Brown Nova, Rob, Maverick, they're just going to drop. Travis, 3M Racing, come back with your Pinchy Pinto, Bieber, Cherry Bomb. Junior Mora. All right, lights are coming down. You know if you break out, you lose. Oh, wait. Oh, Junior Mara got the win, sorry. Did you lose? Oh my god, you did! Oh, shit. And Junior gets the win on that. All right, Mr. Mack, what's your diamond, sir? 15:45. 13:45. All right, gentlemen, 15 seconds. Don't bust at me. Oh, I didn't tell you that story? All right. To be continued. All right, drivers. 11:80, 13:14. Drivers ready?
Yep.
Lights are hot. All on the line on that one, Mac. I said you're getting my lights, Mac. You can't win that way.
My bad.
Up now, Big Dog, S10 Truck, Keith, Rudy's Brown Nova. On deck, Rob, Maverick, Travis, Ebony, In the hole, 3M Racing, Pinche Pinto, Beaver, Cherry Bomb, and way back in the parking lot, Josh, Ripoff, Iceman, Envy. All right, Mr. Big Dog, what's your down, sir? 13-13. All right, Mr. Key. 1198. 30 seconds. 1186. $20 seconds, gentlemen. All right. Dowlands. 13-13. 1198. Gentlemen, ready? Lights are hot. Double whammy. Red lit and broke out.
Like a Christmas tree.
Big Dog for the win. Up now, Rob, Maverick, Travis, Ebony. On deck, 3M Racing, Pinche Pinto, Mr. Beaver, Cherry Bomb. Mr. Rob, what's it down then? $12.03. Mr. Travis. I don't know how to type that number in, sir.
107.
All of the number you ran last time. All right, 1195. Huh? 1203. 12. Hold on. Right, I heard that wrong. 12 to 1203. 12 to 12. All right, gentlemen. Guys ready? Oh. All right, gentlemen. 12 Guys ready? Lights are hot. Oh! Mr. Mike, what's your down in, sir? 1118. Who? Oh. Mr. Beaver. All right. Is he right there? Can you call her? Tell her she can come. Because all right, Mike, 1118, sorry. Beaver, 1150. All right, 30 seconds, gentlemen. All right, drivers, check your downlinks, please. All right, you guys ready? Lights are hot. That was a good race, gentlemen. Up now, Josh, Ripoff, Iceman, Envy, Alex, Hulk, DX2, Chuck's Shoebox. On deck, myself with Dorito, Don Lee, Angry B. In the hole, Dan Searsey, Soccer Mom, Brian, Gold 67 Camaro,
1170 and 1209. 30 seconds. You guys ready? Lights are hot. There. And Iceman takes the win 5 off the dial. Up now, Alex and Hulk, DX2, Chuck Shoebox. Up next, Edgar, Dorito, and Don Leith, Angry Bee. In the hole, Dan Searcy, Soccer Mom, and Brian B, Gold 67 Camaro. And in the parking lot, Mike Ito, 65 Falcon, and RJ and Barbie. Alex, you dialing? Alright guys, check your dials, 1228 and 1190. Ten seconds. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Alex takes the win right on the dial with the 015 light. That's crazy. Alright, up now, Edgar, Dorito, and Don Leith, Angry Bee. Up next, Dan Searcy, Soccer Mom, and Brian in Gold 67 Camaro. In the hole, Mike Ito, 65 Falcon, and RJ and Barbie. And in the parking lot, BMR in Hollywood and BSR El Chingon. Don, you're dialing? 1103? Alright, 1180 and 1103. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Edgar takes the win, 011 light and 12 off. Up now, Dan in Soccer Mom and Brian in Gold 67 Camaro. Up next, Mike Ito, 65 Falcon, and RJ and Barbie. In the hole, BMR in Hollywood and BSR and El Chingon. And in the parking lot, Keith in Purple Dragster and Martin in Brian Demand. Brian, you dialing? 1138. Dan, you're dialing? 1175. Alright guys, check your dials, 1175 and 1138. 20 seconds. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Brian takes the win. 2 off the dial. Up now, Mike Ito, 65 Falcon. And RJ and Barbie. Up next, BMR in Hollywood. And BSR and El Chingon. In the hole, Keith, Purple Dragster, and Martin and Brian Demand. I think Brian's racing for him now. Brian. And in the parking lot, Big Dave and White Tiger and 3M Racing and Quick Trip. And the last run with a bye, DX2 in Now and Later. Flat. Alright guys, check your dials, 12 flat and 11-0. You guys ready? Alright, lights are hot. And RJ takes the win. Up now, BMR in Hollywood and BSR in El Chingon. Up next, Keith in Purple Dragster and Martin and Brian Demand. And in the hole, Big Dave, White Tiger, and 3M Racing Quick Trip. And with the bye, DX2 Now and Later. Do you want your bye?
No.
Cody, you're dialing? 11:49. 10:59.
I'm coming.
Alright, our dials 11:50 and 10:59. 10 seconds. You guys ready? Alright. Alright, lights are hot. And Cody takes the win, runs his dial 11:50 with the 037 light. Up now, Keith in Purple Dragster and Martin, Brian Demand. Up next, Big Dave, White Tiger, and 3M Racing Quick Trip. And with a bye, DX2 in Now and Later. Alright guys, check your dials, 968 and 1292. Alright, you guys ready?
Yeah.
Lights are hot. And Brian takes the win. I don't know. Up now, Big Dave in White Tiger and 3M Racing and Quick Trip. And with the bye, DX2 Now and Later. Big Dave, you're dialing.
Make it 993, man.
993.
993. Okay,
3M, you're dialing.
1130.
1130.
I know it back. It was 1130. She turned around. Found her something dirty.
All right, dial-ins are 993 and 1130. 15 seconds.
All right, Mikey, good luck, Mikey. The battle of the Catholic boys. Let's go.
All right, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And 3M Racing takes the win. 007 light and 20 off. All right. 3M Racing, you have 4. Alex, you have 2. Bieber, you have 0. Big Dave, you have 0. Big Dog, you have 1. BMR, you have 3. Brian, you have 1. BSR, you have 0. Dan Searcy, you have 1. Daniel, you have 1. Don, you have 1. DX2, you have 1. Edgar, you have 2. Iceman, you have 2. Jess, you have 1. Josh, you have 1. Junior, you have 0. Keith has 0. Larry, you have 0. Mac, you have 0. Martin, you have 1. McQuick, you have 1. Mike Ito, you have 0. And RJ, you have 1. Rob, you have 0. And Travis, you have 1.
And Keith Dancy, you are out of here. You have to. Edgar, you have to. Here we go. Clear the log. Iceman, Gold Digger, BMR, Westside Camaro, 3M Racing, Honky Tonk, Alex, Purple Soda, Big Dog, your S10 truck, Edgar, Kiko, DX2, Blue Proma, Travis, Ebony, 3M Racing, goddamn, Mike, how many you got? Hotwire, Martin, Brian the Man. We have 13 pairs this round, ladies and gentlemen. We're looking at 11 o'clock.
Cody, you're dialing? 1027. 959. All right, dial-ins are 959 and 1025. Oh, sorry, 1027. All right, you guys ready? All right, lights are hot. And Cody takes the win, 001 light, and 4 off the dial. Up now, 3M Racing in Honky Tonk, and Alex in Purple Soda. Up next, Big Dog S10 Chuck, and Edgar in Kiko. 1088? 1088. 3 1168. 68. All right, dial-in check 1168 and 1088. In the hole, DX2, Blue PM, and Travis in Ebony. And in the parking lot, 3M Racing, Hot Wired, and Martin, Brian Demand. "15 seconds. You guys ready? All right, lights are hot. And 3M takes the win. Up now, Big Dog, S10 Truck, and Edgar in Kiko. Up next, DX2, Blue PM, and Travis in Ebony. In the hole, 3M Racing, Hot Wired, and Martin, Brian Demand. And in the parking lot, Dawn, Leith, and Spanky, and BMR, Blacklist 55. Big Dog, you're dialing? 1323? Alright, just to make sure, dial-ins are 1323 and 1040. 25 seconds. "15 seconds. "10 seconds. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Big Dog takes the win. Up now, DX2, Blue PM, and Travis in Ebony. Up next, 3M Racing in Hot Wired, and Martin, Brian Demand. In the hole, Don Leith in Spanky, and BMR, Blacklist 55. And in the parking lot, Daniel Dotson, Maverick number 2, and Iceman in MB. 45 seconds. Rudy, you dialing? 1180? Travis, you're dialing?
Sorry, 1197.
1197. 3, 2, 1. No, he didn't. Up now, 3M Racing, Hotwired, and Martin, and Brian Demand. Up next, Don Leith and Spanky. BMR, Blacklist 55. In the hole, Daniel and Maverick number 2, and Iceman and Envy. And in the parking lot, 3M Racing in Pinche Pinto and Josh in Motel 6. $12.82. 12.82. 3M, you're dialing. 11.58. All right, dial-ins 11.58 and 12.82. 20 seconds. You guys ready?
Yep.
Lights are hot.
Yeah, look at that.
3M Racing takes the win 6 off the dial, all in the light with the 064. You're in the right lane. Up now, Don Leith and Spanky and BMR Blacklist 55. Up next, Daniel in Maverick number 2 and Iceman and Envy. In the hole, 3M Racing and Pinche Pinto and Josh in Motel 6. And in the parking lot, Alex and Hulk and McQuick 57 Hell Air. Don, you're dialing? 11.90. Cody? 11.18. Alright. Just to make sure, dial-ins 11.90 and 11.18. Alright, you guys ready? Alright, lights are hot. And Don takes the win. 8 off the dial and 08 light. Cody, you ran 11.30. Up now, Daniel in Maverick number 2 and Iceman and MP. Up next, 3M Racing, Pinche Pinto and Josh, Motel 6. In the hole, Alex and Hulk and McQuig and 57 Hell Air. And in the parking lot, DX2, Now and Later, and Edgar and Dorito. $12.10. Daniel, you're dialing? 10.70. All right, just to double check, dial-ins 10.70 and 12.10. 25 seconds. 20 seconds. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. All right, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Iceman takes the win. 11 off the dial. 0-12 light. Up now, 3M Racing, Pinche Pinto, and McQuick, 57 Hell Air. No, Josh, Motel 6. Up next, Alex, Hulk, and McQuick, 57 Hell Air. In the hole, DX2, Now and Later, and Edgar in Dorito. And in the parking lot, BMR in Hollywood, and RJ in Barbie. Josh, you're dialing? 1425. 30 seconds. 11:18. Alright guys, check your dial-in. 11:18, 1425. $15 seconds. Alright. You guys ready? Alright. You're good. Alright, lights are hot. Yes. That one and the gum. Sorry. Yes. And Josh takes the win.
The controller?
Up now, Alex and Hulk. And McQuick, 57 Hell Air. Up next, DX2, Now and Later, and Edgar in Dorito. In the hole, BMR, Hollywood, and RJ and Barbie. And in the parking lot, Jess and Olds, and Brian B, in Gold 67 Camaro. Alex, you dialing? 12:23. McQuick, you're dialing? 1480. Alright guys, check your dials. 1223 and 1480. $15 seconds. 10 seconds. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And McQuick takes the win. Up now, DX2, Now and Later, and Edgar in Dorito. Up next, BMR in Hollywood, and RJ in Barbie. In the hole, Jess in Olds, and Brian B in Gold 67 Camaro. And our last pair for round 4, Dan Searcy, Porsche 928, and 3M Racing in Quick Trip. $11.90. 11.90. Rudy, what's your dial-in? 11.80. Rudy, what was it? 10.25. 10.25. Alright. Check your dials. Check your dials. 10.25, 11.80. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. Oh! light. DX2 takes the win. Yes. Yep. Up now, BMR in Hollywood. RJ, Barbie. Up next, Jess and Olds and Brian B, Gold 67 Camaro. And in the hole, our last pair for round 4. Dan Searcy, Porsche 928, and 3M Racing and Quick Trip. RJ, you're dialing? Cody, you're dialing? 1149. Quick check of dial-ins, 1149 and 1090. 25 seconds. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Cody takes the win, 007 and 6 off the dial. Up now, Jess and Olds, Brian B, Gold 67 Camaro. And our last pair for round 4. Dan in Porsche 928 and 3M Racing and Quick Trip. Mike? Oh, this one? Or which one? Okay. I'll turn it off. Racers, your dial-ins? 980. $9.80. Quick check of dials, 980, 1135. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And Brian takes the win, 6 off the dial. 038 light.
Mike, you don't have your controller. Oh, okay.
And our last pair for round 4, Dan Searcy, Porsche 928, 1130. Yeah. Oh no, I didn't. $11.30? Got you. Dan, you're dialing?
Can you change it to
35? 35, and then Dan, you said 1205? Dan, what was your dialing? 1205. Quick check of dial-ins, 1205 and 1135. Oh, I can pause it. You're good, I paused it. Alright, you guys ready? Alright. Lights are hot. And 3M Racing takes the win. And that concludes round 4. Racing, you have 3. Alex, you have 0. Big Dog, you have 1. BMR, you have 2. Brian, you have 1. Dan, you have 0. Daniel, you have 0. Don, you have 1. DX2, you have 2. Edgar, you have 0. Iceman, you have 1. Jess, you have 0. Josh, you have 1. Martin, 0. McQuick, 1. And RJ and Travis, you guys have 0. Next round. And there is a bye. Is it random? It's random, right? Yep. Alright, and the bye for round 5 goes to Dawn and Spanky. Alright, our first pair for round 1, Iceman and Envy, and DX2 and Blue PM. Well, up next, 3M Racing and Honky Tonk, and Josh and Motel 6. In the hole, BMR and Westside Camaro and Big Dog and S10 Truck. And in the parking lot, 3M Racing and Hot Wired and McQuick and 57 Hell Air. Clear it? $10.57. Did anybody else answer on his phone? Jackie? Your dial? 1213? Rudy, you're dialing? 1181. Alright, guys, check your dial-ins. 1213 and 1181. Alright, you guys ready? Alright. Lights are hot. And Iceman takes the win. 022 with the 10 off. Up now, 3M Racing in Honky Tonk and Josh in Motel 6. Up next, BMR, Westside Camaro, and Big Dog in S10 Truck. In the hole, 3M Racing, Hot Wired, and McQuick's 57 Hell Air. And in the parking lot, DX2, Now and Later, and Brian and Gold 67 Camaro. Tired. You said to stop the right? No more clock after this, right? Or skip the clock. Thank you.
No. Information
Josh, you're dialing? 1430? 30. 3M, you're dialing? 1173. Alright, 1173 and 1430. You guys ready? Lights are hot. With a perfect light, 3M Racing takes the win. 6 off the dial. Crazy. Up now, BMR, Westside Camaro, and Big Dog S10 Truck. Up next, 3M Racing, Hot Wired, and McQuick 57 Hell Air. In the hole, DX2, Now and Later, and Brian, and Gold 67 Camaro. And in the parking lot, 3M Racing, Quick Trip, and BMR in Hollywood. Cody, you're dialing? 1026. Big Dog, you're dialing? 1355. Alright, quick dial-in check. 1026 and 13. No. 1026 and 1355. You guys ready? Alright. Alright, you guys ready? Alright. Lights are hot. And BMR takes the win. 1037. My back. Up now, 3M Racing in Hot Wired and McQuick 57 Hell Air. Up next, DX2 Now and Later, and Brian B in Gold 67 Camaro. In the hole, 3M Racing and Quick Trip and BMR in Hollywood. And in the parking lot with a bye, Dawn in Spanky. $11.58. McQuick, you're dialing? 1455. Alright, dials 1158 and 1455. Alright, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And McQuick takes the win. 0-2 off the light. Or the dial, my bad. Up now, DX2, Now and Later, and Brian B, Gold 67 Camaro. And up next, our last pair for round 5. 3M Racing, Quick Trip, and BMR in Hollywood. No. $11.38. Ready? $10.25. All right, dial-ins 10:25 and 11:38. 30 seconds. There we go. All right, you guys ready? Lights are hot. And DX takes the win. 008 light, 9 off his dial. And up now, 3M Racing, Quick Trip, and BMR in Hollywood. Three M, you're dialing. 11:45. Cody. 11:50. All right. Dial-in check. Dial-ins 11:45 and 11:50. You're good. There's no time. You're welcome. 11:50 and 11:45. You guys ready? All right. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And Cody takes the win. 5 off the dial. 11:55, Cody. And that concludes round 5. All right, 3M Racing, you have 1. Big Dog, you have 0. BMR, you have 2. Brian, you have 0. Dawn, you have 1. DX, you have 1. Iceman, you have 1. Josh, you have 0. And McQuick, you have 1. Next round. And there is a bye this round. And the bye goes to 3M Racing Honky Tonk. All right, our first pair for round 6, McQuick, 57 Hell Air, and BMR West Side Camaro. Up next, DX2 Now and Later, and Iceman in Envy. In the hole, BMR in Hollywood, and Dawn in Spanky. And in the parking lot with the bye, 3M Racing in Honky Tonk. McQuick, you're dialing? Oh, 14:55. 14:55. Cody, you're dialing? 10:27. Quick dial and check in 14:55 and 10:27. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And BMR takes the win. 8 off his dial. 039 light. 1035.
Thank you.
Up now, DX2 and Now and Later. And Iceman and Envy. Up next, BMR in Hollywood and Dawn in Spanky. And with a bye, 3M Racing and Honky Tonk. Yup. Tire dialing. 1218. Rudy, you're dialing. 1025. Alright. Check your dials. Check your dials. 1025 and 1218. Yeah. Alright. You guys ready? Lights are hot. And DX takes the win with a 002 light. Up now, BMR in Hollywood and Dawn in Spanky. And with the bye, 3M Racing and Honky Tonk. Oh no, just to see, he didn't see that. It's a good luck thing. Cody, you dialing? 1150. Dawn? 1190. Quick, quick dialing check. 1150 and 1190. All right, you guys ready? You're good. Ready? All right. Lights are hot. You ran at 1163. Dawn takes the win with the 002 light. Yeah. You're welcome. All right. 3M Racing, you have one. BMR, you have one. Dawn, you have one. DX2, you have one. Iceman and McQuick, you guys have 0. Next round. And for the semis, our first pair, DX2 Now and Later, and BMR West Side Camaro. And up next, our last pair, 3M Racing in Honky Tonk and Dawn in Spanky. Cody, you're dialing? 1027. Heads up. Alright. Dial-ins are 1027 and 1027. Heads up. Alright. You guys ready? Alright. Oh. Alright. Alright, guys. Alright, good luck, guys. Lights are hot. Cody takes the win 5 off. 1032. 014 light. And our last pair in the semis, 3M Racing in Honky Tonk and Dawn in Spanky. You're dialing? 1174. Dawn, you're dialing? 12-0. Alright, quick dial-in check. 1174 and 12-0. Alright, you guys ready? Good luck, guys. Lights are hot. And Dawn takes the win. BMR and Dawn, you guys have 1. 3M Racing and DX2, you have 0. And to the final. All right, guys, and for the final, our pair is BMR and Westside Camaro and Don Leaf and Spanky. Cody, you dialing? 1027. Don, you dialing? 1193. All right, guys, dial-ins 1027 and 1193 for the final, guys. For the final. All right, you guys ready? All right, good luck, guys. Lights are hot. And Cody takes the win.
What time is it? 11?
10:30.
10:30, guys. We did it. To the racers that are still here, thank you. Thank you guys for coming. Yeah. 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 Also, too, hey, I wasn't allowed to talk in the beginning, but I'm going to talk now. Hey, I do this for you guys. I don't get anything out of this. I don't make any money in this. It goes to the track and it goes to the racers. Big Dog gets my trophies for me. I am truly grateful for him. He is a great man. I am truly grateful for Keith. I'm truly grateful for my brother Edgar. Even Don. Don has been there for me to help me in races. All of you guys that stay till the end, this is what we did in the old school days. We stayed till the end. Thank you guys for coming. You guys have a safe trip home. And last but not least, never say never. I said this is it. But the group that we had today and the problems that we did not have all day with the drama, today was fun, and that's what it should be. Congratulations to the winners. Congratulations to the concourse winners. And congratulations to Brian and Vince going out in the first round. Congratulations to Keith redlining 4 times in a row. But hey, honest to God, guys, thank you. Oh, what do you want? Also, too, thank you guys that are watching the video. It's been a long day. He does great work. Thank you guys for sticking around and watching us. We're in Whittier, California, Pirana Speedway and Hobbies. Probably one of the best tracks. If you ever can come down, come check it out. If you guys miss this event, sorry. Maybe next year, maybe in 2 years, who knows. But once again, thank you guys. Subscribe and watch, guys. It's always there. Have a good night.